Hello everybody and welcome to my Sunday afternoon Monster Hunter stream. I hope that all of you are having a fantastic Sunday so far and that everybody can be looking forward to a lovely rest of their Saturday to come. Welcome in. I will be starting with something that I should have done yesterday, but I had forgotten. First, let's see, we can catch that. Okay. So, it's a little bit of a special. And it's going to be outside. It's going to be a village quest. And I've been asked to do a forge. The question is with a starter weapon. Maybe we should travel to Poke then. If I can get a starter weapon, it is in what I consider my home village. Buy weapons, a longsword. There we are. I would like to take the bone katana wolf. But I think at best the iron katana is going to be a starter weapon, so to say. Let's use that as the starter weapon, and then select equipment. I can't be wearing any armor for the challenge. Let's do it like this. It's a 4-star. No, by here I definitely have mega potions available to me. I am going to be bringing pickaxes and so on. And in principle, I can eat. In principle, I can eat. I hope that is early enough. So, 120 health. 2 food skills. Hello, Tira. How are you? I hope you're having a fantastic Sunday morning so far. And I am doing I'm readying myself for a challenge that I forgot to do yesterday. I think, if I remember correctly, it was Kimley's, or I don't know, it was Kimley's request. I had forgotten to do so yesterday. To basically do a no armor beginner weapon run at a village Rathian. So yeah, I'm not bringing any extra honey. I'm not bringing much extra. I'm keeping the pickaxes because they don't have really any influence on the quest. Your hand is stiff as you just woke up. Well, I hope that you had a good night nevertheless. And maybe you were lying on it a little bit weirdly. I hope that it unstiffens rather soon. So, as for eating, I did eat a lot. Something that up until the point I could definitely have unlocked. I'm not sure if Kimley meant with or without that, but it's very basic. And I could have brought some more stuff there as well. Like, I needn't have relied on the paintballs here. But I didn't bring any of the charms nor talents in the spirit of the challenge. So, let's see how it goes. Probably longer than I'd normally need for this quest. But I don't think it's going to be a terrifying ordeal either. I still can use adept style, making this a lot easier. But since all of the styles are available from the beginning of the game, this is in keeping with the challenge. And the Sakura Slash is a little bit high level. Okay, not enough distance. No armor. You do take a lot more damage than I am used to. Absolutely, I'd be happy to help you out. Either I faint 2 more times, or I beat her, but either way, I'll be opening a lobby and helping you out afterwards. And I have to be to a degree very clear that I felt like it was not going badly up until I carted. Okay, I think Rathian is moving. Not very far. Okay, I have mounted her. The poor Optonaut are not really getting past Rathian too easily. Yeah, usually I would not worry. This does hurt a lot more. Okay. One, I'm probably not exactly doing the challenge as intended. I have a few things that I inadvertently brought that I would not have had access to in the beginning of the game. But it is a challenge nevertheless. Oh, you did not. Well, Rathian is moving on very quickly. If I'm not careful here, I'm immediately going to cart again. I'd be happy to. Yep, as I said, I'd be happy to help. Come on. Okay, not 100%. Probably not 100% as... Okay, one last push. I'll be healing before I move in. if they're leaving us... Okay. The weapon this low on sharpness, I'm not going to try and sharpen inside. But sharpen I must. Okay. Did not expect to jump into a loop there, so for now, challenge failed. Pretty much at the last second though. But it also does show how aggressive I usually play. How accepting, how risky I play. Not really playing safe, but that's fine. Let us open a hub to go hunt with Tira and anybody else who wants to join us. 1329. And the hub's ID here we go. Let me quickly pin that. Okay, I am immediately going to take the item set back to what I am more used to. I don't mind... Welcome in, Tira. Well, that's the worst we could do. Some beast wielding thunder in the beginning. Our first quest is Hyper Brachelios. That's fine. For me, temperature is already very high, so again, everybody, please stay advised to hydrate well and all of those things. Yeah, absolutely. I don't mind going to fetch you 8 hyper shells. Anything extra I need? It's Brachydios. No, that's fine. So, do stay well hydrated for your needs as well. We need some volcanic ore, and the Brachydios is in the way. How unfortunate. I mean, for Brachydios in this case. For me, it is a nice hunting target. And if I remember correctly, he doesn't start at the top of the volcano. He starts here. Okay. Okay, so far not the luck I may have wanted to see. Not sure what kicked me away there. Dang it! My distance and timing is off badly. Okay, first round, for my part, I'd be giving to 40-60 for Brach. Have some crabs here, but those shan't interest us. Okay, he is quite unhappy. This is probably some explosive slime residue. And it disappeared in front of me. So yeah, I am guessing that was some slime residue. Well, all he deigned to show me is a roar and then just run away. Okay, it did get exploded by the huge puddle. we don't manage to keep him down here. Tira? That was a very nice wake up. Unfortunately, we did not manage to break the crest, but everything else we managed to get off. Or break it. I hope that he'll be able to get a few shells, although I do think we'll need to come back for another pounding. Two gems. Congratulations on collecting those gems. They were not your highest priority, but they can prove valuable, if only to procure some Zenny when the wallet runs out. I hope you have a bit more. You have a few more rewards than I did here. Ooh, that's actually a talisman I might want to keep. And Stingerman, hello, welcome in. I hope you're having a fantastic Sunday so far and that you can be looking forward to a great rest of your Sunday to come. Welcome in. And yeah, I'm currently helping Tira out to collect some materials. And in this quest I saw that I have a Hyper Hunter 2. I have a few too many tickets. A single stack is sufficient. I am doing fine, thank you very much. I had a good Sunday so far. The only thing I really can complain about is the heat. It is too hot outside. But yeah, there's not so much I can do against that, except staying inside and allow the AC to run. Otherwise, yeah, not much I can do there, but otherwise, yeah, great day. So, until Tira finds all of the hyper shells, we'll probably be visiting Brahedios a few times until then. Come on. Our positions have flipped. Tira is starting at camp, whereas I am starting near the large lava lake. And Brahedios He's flinching a lot. Okay, that is enough that I would want to heal up. And Rathian has had enough of the kerfuffle. I hope he's not planning on taking lava baths. Despite all our heat resistance, that is something I can't really get behind. Sorry. And another explodey puddle. Okay. Wyvern tier. 2 Wyvern tiers, and I still hope to be able to get the tail. He has fallen asleep again, so Tira needs to give the wake-up knock. But I will be sharpening. I don't have a ration. That's fine then. So Tira will wake him up, and I will try to get the tail afterwards immediately. Okay, no tail, no crest broken. But still a good hunt otherwise. The chance on double gems, it has been very much reduced though. Since I do think that the cuts out of, well, the main body are not independent. Whereas tail cuts do seem to be independent. One more mining spot. Maybe I can find a little bit more coal. Yeah, coal indeed, and volatile coal atop that. Okay. I do need to quickly check my amulets. I am uncertain how big the hole was that I left after the last round of melding. Okay, rather big. But you're the psychic one. To a degree, yes, I did do some. I checked that I didn't have anything doubled. That's not all that I needed to do. These two. But I'm definitely not going to be keeping them long term. Did require some some switching. Okay, that was a little bit of a waste. I thought I had less well done steaks. In principle, I ought to be checking these as well. The need for earth crystals is big indeed. Okay. Nice distribution. No worries, Drake. Hello, welcome in. If you do excuse, what were you packing? And welcome in. I hope you have a fantastic Sunday so far and that you can be looking forward to a lovely rest of your Sunday to come. And we do need to do some juju melding here. Some clothes for a 2-week holiday. I hope that you're going to be enjoying said holiday very, very much. But despite a... how do you say it? Despite losing track of time, it matters not. You are here. Welcome in. The hub information should be pinned should you want to join us. Okay. I hope that Tira, you have gotten that you so far have gotten at least 4 of the required 8. Then again, I do know that Rathian can be a little bit of a doo-doo and not distribute them in a kind fashion. Okay, I don't need to worry about mounting Brahelios. Tira is going to be taking care of that. You'll be there right after finishing a Cyberpunk mission. That is fair. Very nice. Ooh, and brought Para along. You just have to do it peacefully. Fair enough. No death allowed. Can complicate mission situations. Probably was trying too hard there. Understandable. Difficulty can be a very difficult subject, but whereas a lot of people argue to make games as easy as possible, it is rare that people express the requirement for an engaging difficulty, and that making it too easy can be very disengaging to people, because it is then just missing the threat, the challenge, and it is not. I think it's a comparison very often used. It becoming like a paint by numbers thing. I'm not sure if I agree with that, but then again, English is not my first language. And Tsukiko, hello, welcome in. I hope you're having a fantastic Sunday so far, and I'm looking forward to a lovely Sunday for you to come. Welcome in. A game can be easy and engaging, that is true. But it is I think it is not as easy as to make a game challenging and engaging. You'll always be running a fine line. Since there's always a risk to make it then frustrating. My day has been fine. These things do happen. It is going to be very weird if you're going to be being agreeing with everybody all the time. As long as it was a more or less civil disagreement, it is fine. Thank you very much for that praise, both Vraj and Tsukiko. It means a lot. So thank you both very much. Sorry, Tira. I was knocking you off there. Try to keep my angle such that I don't bother anybody, but it is not always obvious. I can very much agree with that sentiment, but hearing it is still nice and appreciated. I'm trying to make the streams as interesting and entertaining as possible. It is always appreciated when somebody feels that I have been or am doing well with it. That is also very appreciated, Vraj. Yes. Yeah, thank you for that. And I do appreciate the sentiment that it is but the truth very much. It sometimes happens, Tsukiko. What were you trying to attempt and how didn't it work out? I know, it is... And knowing the other streamers, it is very, very much, very high praise indeed. You are farming some Dread King to get the soul skills. Yeah, you do need level 6 in order to unlock it. And 12 or 13, I think 13 to unlock the G rank portion of the skills. And I can understand how that is frustrating, especially since Dread King is one of the more annoying ones, objectively speaking, and subjectively speaking. I do find he is the most annoying deviant to grind. Okay, I got some hyper brush shells. I do hope that I haven't been taking all the hyper shells away from you, Tira. Yeah. Yes, I can understand. As I said, he is one of the most annoying, and in my opinion, the most annoying deviant to grind, and as such, yeah, I do get it. He is maybe not the most required deviant left, but one of the most, that's for sure. and seeing how much arms he has and how low the armor in general also still is. Yeah, there's a lot left here to, for me personally, also to grind for. And you have been getting 2 each time we went out. I am happy to hear that. How come the... Oh, okay, because online saves are not a free thing. You may not have had your Switch available to do a transfer. Understandable. I would try and get everything. You had no backups and you needed to do a format once. That is very unfortunate. Yeah, that is fine. And of course, formatting does, yeah, remove all of the saves. And depending on how much you spend on that save file, that is also a frustrating experience. Maybe not frustrating so much as a sad experience. That fits a little bit better, although I'm not exactly sure that is the sentiment I want to express. 300 to 500 hours. That is not nothing. And it's hard to say. I was grinding. I have about 700 hours in the base game before the ultimate version released. But I did some grinding. I'm not sure how long I would need to go through low and high rank if I were to go at a leisurely pace. That is fair. I am not, as I keep saying, I'm not in the habit of doing several save files. But some of the earlier quests are definitely more troublesome than later. There is the egg collection quests, there's the collection quests in general that you have less of later on. Congratulations on finishing the mission peacefully. It's been a while since he wanted to fall down. Not sure what he's doing there exactly. Those were legs, not... Well, I connected with something that is better than whiffing the Sakura Slash completely. Let me see, where are my paintballs? We did not... We had not yet painted him. Okay, that is... That I should have seen coming. I saw him readying for the roar, and I decided to roll out early instead of waiting for him to start his roar. Your favorite bowl, a stitch bowl. Yep, again, that is fair. Okay, Rahelios is not going to be surviving for much longer. But I do not think that we can break the pounders. Okay, I was wondering, but that is a movie I have not seen in a very, very long time. And to be honest, I was not quite the target audience when it came out. So, but I can imagine that other people who were more of the target at that time have much fonder memories than I do. That indeed it would have done if I remember the release date correctly, yes. Okay, 1 pounder still broke. And if it is as before, 2 more hyper shells and you will have enough hyper shells. You will have the hyper shells you set out to hunt for. Okay, I managed to mine some charms here. That is actually quite nice. You need like 12 hyper cortex to finish your Rahidios weapons. The cortices, the hyper cortices though are G rank if I remember that correctly. Because here we're given hyper shells instead of cortices, so I was pretty sure that that is then the next step. Yes! Then we'll be waiting for you, and then I would suggest that you and Tira can switch quests back and forth. I do know what you do want to go hunt for. Okay, I directly do not have need. Anymore for these, but I might. I might want to make one of the hunting horns of Rahidios, even if not, I'm happy to join you for it. It is just that I was curious because for the longest times I did need more Rahidios material. But I do want to see Earth crystal, earth crystal, earth crystal. Do we have any more I can fetch? No. That is not actually what I wanted to see. That could be an issue. Welcome in, Thraig. I don't see the details yet. I think the most useful would be if you were to pick first. You could get a few more upgrades on your armor in, and then Tira picks. But as I said, it is a suggestion if Kira is fine with it. I am taking a look at something. Yep, thank you very much. I'm just checking something. it is not... It's not terrible. We left without you. Yeah. That is something I did not realize. Sorry, Tira. Earplug is something that, for my playstyle, is not immediately... No, it's fine. These things happen. You don't need to apologize. These silly things happen. You will rush to G rank and take the sets. Yeah. That does make sense. Yeah, I have... I have found that with Adept, it is also not necessary. And on the other hand, it makes it harder to realize whether your timing was off or not. Yeah, so... I can absolutely understand how they are useful if you are not using Valor or Adept. Yes, and yeah, it does make sense for certain builds, as does Weakness Exploit. I have been running around in this armor set for what feels like forever now. I do quite like the set. You don't remember how long you've been using your set? Or... Higher Soul Mixed set. I know... Yeah, okay, no, I have... It's not a set that I've personally used. Hayabusa Silver Soul. So, Silver Rathalos armor mixed in. Not exactly which parts from are used from where and what... what decorations you'd want to use. No, not the patience to do the Silver Rathalos set. I'm not sure if my Silver Soul set is finished. If I had to guess, I'd say no. But unless you absolutely don't want to hunt silver even in a group, I'd be happy to help out at one point. Well, at one point being if you have time and Stream is allowing for it. did manage to get poisoned again, and of course, as always, I have brought no antidotes. Yeah, I do think that is not a bad idea to have. No, that's not what I wanted to do. To bring a gunner along to something like silver or even gold. I am not. I've never really gotten into the gunlands, I have to say. But I haven't played Gunland semi-seriously anymore since basically Freedom Unite, which was the time where I was, or the game where I tried out most weapons. Although I am creating a collection that, while not exhaustive, is going to be decent enough to play. Otherwise, I have basically only played longsword. Okay, that is Rathian down. Now we just need to remove Great Macau. That is one way of doing it. I am not looking for the best weapon, but since Freedom Unite, I fell in love with the longsword, and that's why I've been using it ever since. Although I do have to say that some practice and guidance I came to like, maybe re-like more of the other weapons as well. Yeah, that is a good approach. Maybe luckily for me, I am strong enough with a longsword that, especially with Adept, I can basically take anything that is thrown at me. And as such, I never had a huge wall where switching weapons really was the only remaining option. Yeah, I will be just taking everything and then I'll be selling it out of the back of the box if needed. But yeah, this is basically how I feel about weapons other than the longsword. It's not that I don't like them or that they can't be enjoyable. I've had some fun with both Adept and Valor Greatsword. And I had some fun recently with Aerial Hammer for the crabs. Yeah, basically that comes from the quests in the village to I did want to complete all of them. Not only in the village, but also in the hub. No worries. And one of them, is it here? Yeah. And this award here basically also required you to do 100. For that quest, Tira, would you mind if Reich chooses, or would you prefer to choose yourself? Yeah, no, that is definitely something that is fun. I would suggest, Vraig, if you choose, then you can improve your armor a little bit more, because it is on the weaker side currently. And with only one left, I can then, of course, work with Tira a lot longer. Oh, it absolutely is a content powerhouse. Okay. Let me see if I can... Because the game that I had started recently, or restarted more or less recently, is Freedom Unite. And I did want to see... I did want to have a very quick look where I am at with it exactly. And Kimley, welcome in. That will be for the next quest then. But it's also... There is something currently that I do find a little bit on the weird side. I am not sure if you are hearing... If you're hearing the game... It is something that... you should hear, and yesterday it was available. Okay, but something did go weird here. That is how it should be working. Now you shall be able to hear the game. No idea why that happened. And for how long that had happened. I do have... I think I am missing one step on maxing it out. I'm sorry for keeping up everything here with my technical problems. Atalka in that regard is very good indeed. Yeah, from all of these siege monsters, they really were creative for Atalka, and I really do like the idea of having a one of the neoneprons, one of the bugs, be the last monster, and in such a original idea. It was really a sight to behold, and I do think that Narcacos, as well, the idea of it being a cuttlefish, basically, not a two-headed dragon in the reveal, was very interesting as well. Yeah, it is, in that regard, a very smart bug. Or, to a degree, more of a mixture between a spider and a bug. Although bugs can have silk. Well, bugs can have silk. Well, silk originally did come from moss, which, while not bugs, are insects. Very strong, I think. Very, again, very original, very interesting. I do remember the time where the large siege monster was Lao, and while I do really like the piñata from time to time, he is a lot less interesting than Atalka. It is also inspired by plenty of Japanese mythology, Atalka. Although for the looks, they went much more Egyptian. I do enjoy when companies can pull a lot of the things together to make a new interesting opponent, or opponent with very nice arms and armor for you to craft afterwards. And in Monster Hunter, Capcom has been pretty good at that, in my opinion. One of the, well, not sure if one of the better range of monsters in that regard as well is, in my opinion, Garangon, Lunagron, and Malfestio. I think that was the three there. I feel like I may be missing something, but the Fated 4 is GU, not Rise Sunbreak. Malzeno. What did I say? Malfestio. Could have been that I said Malfestio, and Malfestio is definitely not in Rise. I did mean Malzeno, yes. I do think so as well. Well, he had a nice gimmick where he's trying to climb the walls, and you have to shoot him back down. It nicely uses the artillery pieces that were introduced for the rampage defenses, and tying nicely together with European mythology, going into the demon. Oh, that is unfortunate, Thraig. We will need to hunt them a few more times. So, yeah, if we need to hunt one or two additionally for you to get the necessary material, I'll be happy to do so when you have time. Okay, and Tira needs a ton of Hyperbrachidios. So, to water I ought to switch. Yeah, and still haven't stopped interrupting my train of thoughts. The... Absolutely, no worry. Well, I hope you're going to have a good rest of your Sunday, and thank you very much for joining us, if shortly. What am I... I'm not exactly sure what I was doing in this part. No worries. I hope that you're going to have a very enjoyable holiday. Okay, I found the name I was looking for. No worries. So, Geismagorm is the last boss of base Sunbreak. I was looking for his name, and he is built up to by Garangolm, Lunagron, and then Malzeno. With him taking inspiration from the Golem, Werewolf, Vampire, respectively, and Geismagorm basically culminating in as the demon that gave the vampire its power, taking inspiration from the Dracula stories, and thus it builds up very nicely and escalates very nicely in the story, in that you go from an unknown threat to I think if I remember correctly, Garangolm is the first one you fight, and then it escalates to Lunagron, to Malzeno, which you then kill in order, well, to save the kingdom. And then it turns out that Malzeno actually was not the one enacting everything, and the Curios actually obey another master. it's very, very nicely done. I also really then enjoy that Malzeno comes back in its original pre-corrupted form, and that in that form, at least the first time, I don't remember exactly how it is for subsequent times, that you don't kill him, but he, with your help, somehow overcomes the Curios and manages to neutralize the I'm not exactly sure, because of course you do need to keep the afflicted grind alive. You cannot just, well, you can say, and then how are you going to exactly explain that there's still so many curious about, that you still have so many afflicted and risen monsters about? But I do think that it's been a while, but I'm pretty sure that at least the first time you don't kill him, and Hugo just is just then running away. Which again is very nice. I'm currently quickly going through the monster list of Rise. There is Amatsu as another boss monster, which is not unique to Rise Sunbreak, of course, but it does harken back to the thread by Yukumu Village. Yukumu, yeah, Yukumo rather. Where, although I do not think that the Dango Girl does actually come from Yukumo, I do not think that any of the villages visited by players beforehand have actually been destroyed. I think it's just that they are considered not to, well, that you're not going back to them, but Yukumo did run the risk of being destroyed by Amatsu, and her story does harken back to that. Rajang is such a constant monster that I would not call him a boss monster either. He's Rajang, a constant, somewhat annoying presence, although I do like to fight him, but he can be a pain if he wants to. Purple Mizutsune is a nice, is that I would consider a proper boss monster. Also because you're just fighting him in a single arena area. Lucent Nargacuga is another nice addition. I did not have the opportunity to fight Lucent before Rise Sunbreak. So I was really happy for his inclusion. I hope you enjoyed your quick breakfast, and when you're ready, please post the quest. But I'm going through here, and well, Shigaru Magala is not in his arena in Rise Sunbreak, so he is a boss monster, but do we count him quite still as such? Probably yes. I am happy that you have gotten your cup. I do hope that you will have fun when drinking from it. Okay, looking mostly good still for all of this. Conversely, gold and silver have become more like boss monsters. Another GG tub. Gamer subs, you mean? Well, I hope that time comes soon. But yeah, to a degree, as I said, silver and gold feel more like boss monsters in Rise than they did before. 50 quid is not the cheapest. And I need to hurry over to support Tira. Okay, well done. Okay, and that was a lot of damage onto the tail. Okay, that was a big explosion. I thought that normal Rathian, even if Hyper has not mastered auto-conflagration, unlike the... Is it Raging Brachelios? I think so. Furious Raging Brachelios. Not standing great there. Sorry, Kira. And I completely forgot about Kimley's request when getting ready for this one. Please, everybody, and Kimley included, do remind me for the next quest. Yes. Yeah, they really did pull nicely from the myth, but they also did put in a lot of their own ideas, or some of their own ideas into the relationship. To make it adapted to Monster Hunter, and it's really, really enjoying. And also adding Lunagron Garangolm into a version of Monster Hunter where the base game is very Japanese. It is, after Yukumo, the most Japanese village. Yeah, and that is partially shown in Primordial Malzeno, which after, yeah, I do quickly go out to just heal. That with Primordial Malzeno, you don't, when you fight him, at least the first time, I'm not sure how it is for subsequent times. Last time I attempted Primordial Malzeno, oh, that is unfortunate. I did not manage to finish the quest completely. I was very close, but it just was lacking a little bit. So I'm not sure whether he then also overcomes the Curios again and leaves peacefully. But it's a very nice idea and makes for interesting lore, and for an Elder Dragon, possibly the first that is not actively, maybe to a degree not even actively trying to attack humans, but actively disengaging from combat after he overcomes it. Yeah, to a degree, docile is the wrong word, but peaceful maybe. Indifferent, peaceful. I think more peaceful than indifferent. We know, for example, that a lot of the of other Elder Dragons are very aggressive towards human settlements. And also that they are highly intelligent, so to a degree they would know what they are doing. I understand where you're coming from. I'm not sure for the mainline games that is actually something that could work out. To a degree, you could argue that Insect Glaive is already such a class. But reprising my thought about Elder Dragons and Malzeno, we do know that Kushala is actively hostile towards cities. Lao Shenlong is not. Although he will flatten the city if given a chance. As will Shengaoren. Kirin is aggressive against monsters, then against humans. Then again, its realization, its history with Rajang may be an issue, maybe playing an issue there as well. Although I am uncertain about that. Teostra, Lunistra, definitely aggressive against human settlements as well. So at the very least, Malzeno in its original form is peaceful towards humans, which is already a very interesting difference to most other Elder Dragons. That's the second pounder, which is good. I hope that in the sub-quest rewards you can also find hypercortices. Do you want to heal this up? And yeah, from that perspective, it is very interesting. What I also find interesting is in how differently Malzeno and Primordial Malzeno can act. Malzeno's favorite place is the ruined church / cathedral. And I'm luckily not... I was luckily not caught in that big explosion. But yeah, no, that does make for interesting differences as well that have been precipitated by the Curio. And as such, the question is how much can the Curio change monster behavior, and how dangerous are they for the other Elder Dragons? We do know that it is deadly for most monsters, but with the exception for sure for Malzeno. Although that does not immediately give us an indication on if the others can more than rise, but also if they are more like zombies, or if they could overcome it completely and be healed more much like the player can. Possibly. And well, backwards growth is rare. Maybe a long-term Curio infection of Malzeno reduces its size, as it is eating itself to keep the Curious at bay even in his infected state for as well as possible. It's playing the sound of my clips. Okay, I will need to check that soon. Yep. For some reason I did reactivate the video from before. Thank you for letting me know. I do like the followers also. Mainly because it gives a lot more character to the NPCs. Although yes, I do mainly use the one Palico and one Palamute when playing, and I do play a lot of Rise I have played Rise mainly solo, and I'm still playing Rise mainly solo. But it's a nice characterization of the people that you meet, especially for the hunters. Yeah, I can very much agree with that, but from a perspective of the characters, it does give them a little bit more, especially since a lot of the followers that you can bring along are fellow hunters. Tira, did you take a Farcaster back to base? I'd be guessing so. No worries. Not sure we managed to save the lamb. That is absolutely fine, Kimley. It's also good you coming in now because it's a reminder to switch weapons after this quest. Well, I didn't kill it. I didn't kill the Mufa, so can't be charged with murder. And any reasonable court would probably accept that fighting Rathian is hard enough and that saving a specific other Mufa is not easily going to be possible, right? I hope you're going to be having a lovely rest of your Sunday. Please enjoy your vacation and yeah, have a great time. Yeah, I will do. Well, I will enjoy my hunts. I don't need to worry about that. So thank you very much. So you had a lot of dirty dishes piled up then, Kimley. I hope that Tira has gotten more than I did. No, I was just saying goodbye to Thraig. I still have 2.5 hours left of stream. Sorry if I gave you the wrong impression there. Yes, Kimley, we can have. It is that I had forgotten to bring it for the next quest. That is quite true, yes. And it is fun to have some of the NPCs with you for the first time in a long time. That really can go hunt with the NPCs. Although, no, I don't think... I think I'll be sticking with guild style for now. That is very considerate. I did go out hunting with it yesterday already. And I did improve it to this point. It is not completely upgraded yet. Where could I get a privilege from? And that's maybe not necessarily something for another time. Privilege G. Oh, it's a horns coin trade. Then do you please allow me to quickly upgrade, to finish upgrading it. And I will be trying to fill up the Dust of Lives. No worries. I see what you mean, and I don't think that is a terrible idea. Although whom your fellow hunters or whom your fellow followers would be in GU is less obvious than it had been for Rise. Okay, one quick second. Okay, that is self-improvement. That is heal S. Recovery S. Green, yellow, purple, yellow. Vine, tech. Yellow, green, purple. Thunder, rest. Purple, purple. Green, yellow, green. Element, attack, and that is Sonic. That is a talisman I really want to keep my eye out for, if I can find a Maestro talisman. That's not for right now, though. Options are always fantastic ideas, I do agree. Yeah, having an option to do something extra, I don't think is a bad idea, no matter and in most cases options are not no issue. There's a few some games, especially difficulty stuff, where I find that okay, how come I don't have... Okay. Okay, something went wrong here. That is green, that is yellow, that is purple, and that is yellow. I didn't even realize, because some of them I didn't feel like I was playing the horn properly. So yeah. Need to see if I can charge a triple yellow here. Okay, he doesn't care about it now. No, it's purple, green, yellow, green. I think that is fair. And it does work, even though it can be slow depending on what level you have available to you. And I do want to have a look if I don't have an amulet with Maestro. Because if I do, with a little bit of... with this warm-up, I might be maybe it's overconfidence, but I do feel confident that I would not be a drag even on G rank quests. Because if I do remember correctly, Maestro allows you to, when you play one song, to also refresh all of the other currently active songs. I think I'm not entirely sure. Extends all of the currently active songs by 1 minute, no? Okay. Let's do that properly, and then we go fetch from the song I play. Okay. I do have a Maestro Jewel. Kira, if you... please apologize. I apologize. I want to check something. It was this one. I'll be right back. I just want to check something. What skills did you have? You need hyper narcotoxin. That is fair. Maybe because every time, as I was fighting was going through this quest with Slamiron yesterday. Every time I finished a quest, all of the other active... not a quest. Every time I finished playing a song, all of the other active ones would show up as well. I'm just going to confirm and quit out. I'm going to do one more hunting horn quest. One more quest with a hunting horn, and then I'll be seeing how that exactly works. Do you need hyper narcotoxin, or do you need potent hyper narcotoxin? I think in both cases it's like Plesioth might give it, Uragan might give it, Gravios probably will. Okay. Well, I'm not sure how strong his insect glaive is, but I hope that it is going to be a useful addition to your arsenal, Tira. Let's see if we can rouse Plesioth with this. Nope, not able to throw them close enough. Okay, that is one of them. Nope. Purple, green, yellow, green. I've been trying to do so for a while. Okay, I do need to heal a little bit. Okay, that of course. Okay. For some reason, the Gamma Horn yesterday worked somewhat better. Then again, we were fighting a much smaller monster. I think green, green, yellow is more interesting than the heal actual. I'm not sure if I was close enough. Okay, I definitely need more practice with a more complicated hunting horn. I'll take a look at the songs available. It's a lot more on this one, but with some practice, I can definitely master the horn. I don't think I ever said it's bad, but I am lacking mastery that I have on the longsword. And I'm not sure if I do want to what style I want to play it. I don't think the hunting horn needs defending. It is doing that plenty on its own. Hyperfluid, hyper extract. I hope you got what you looked for, Tira. I have not. In GU? No. Especially in a good in a good team, I cannot see how that could come close to the truth. It may have had a lot of changes, but that doesn't necessarily make it the worst weapon. It does represent a weapon that is troublesome to get right. But that doesn't mean that it is necessarily a weak weapon. Or a bad weapon in general. In any game which I've played, which is most of them, I don't have exactly experience with the hunting horn in every game, but in games where, like Freedom Unite, we had one person who really enjoyed the hunting horn from time to time. GU as well. It's always been a solid weapon, and in a full team, a very strong support as well. That is true. You have... Well, and how you play the notes also differs. The rest of the attacks are in recital mode, yeah. You do not have to activate a song after you've played it, though. It automatically activates after you have all of the notes together. I don't think it's a catastrophically bad weapon, though, or a bad weapon in general. That is not wrong. It does require good timing and positioning. Do I want to bring... I'll switch my weapons out. I don't want to bring a thunder weapon to Lagiakros. Be right back. No, absolutely no worries. I'm happy to go on to this quest, but I did want to... I was questioning whether the elemental advantages in the first two parts of the quest is worth the the disadvantage later on, and my conclusion is no. Lagiakros is the boss of that quest, and I do want to fight him as strongly as possible without compromising my power against anybody else. Let us begin with Royal Ludroth. And I always forget. I think that that Ludroth in general is a very well-designed early monster. And that he is a lot of fun no matter the weapon you're playing. His gimmick with the sponge is a clever one as well. What do you mean, no? That is fair enough. For an early monster, though, I think that is actually something important. While fair enough that the longsword does not have the luxury of being able to do inflict knockouts, his large sponge still makes for a very vulnerable area, and I don't think it's a bad idea to have a monster that is abusable as such in the beginning to showcase how strong it can be to a new player, and as such, as an early monster, I do think he is well designed. despite all of that, and maybe that is because I am playing the longsword, but even you said, Kimley, that he is a lot of fun to hunt with the hunting horn. So despite the possibility for abuse and all such, he is a lot more fun than, let's say, Great Jagras. Who, as a fight, is, I would say, plain boring. Tail. Hadn't cut the tail yet. It's lying in the supply crates. Okay, we have the same idea. Let's ensure he's not stepping back into the water. Ah, bloody hell. That came so late that I thought he'd do something else. Oh, bloody hell. I think everybody is. No, not quite everybody, but I usually try not to get stepped on, but in this case I have a flash bomb, but I do not have another sonic bomb. And that was probably the top pin. Okay, Plesioth down. And now one more contestant will join us. Let me quickly read the idea here. I set up this place to celebrate the health and happiness of my beloved children, but it's been overrun by monsters. It's an aquatic arena. What do you think happens? Although, fair enough, it does lie in a nice lagoon and having not exactly a sand beach. I can see how a nobleman would consider this preferable to a public beach. Okay, that is mushrooms. Well, that was too aggressive. I found out when I was doing the No Armor Rathian challenge earlier today. I am very aggressive. Ah. Sorry, I knocked you over and didn't hit anything, so... A doubly... not working out as I really wanted it to. On the other hand, I've been thinking several times today that Adept as a style is not necessarily one that incentivizes you to really play carefully. Partially because well, playing aggressively, you profit from being able to maintain your color charge so much better. Yeah, of course. Okay, that was spit very far. No, 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 no. Very far behind to where I thought he could spit at. Sorry, Tira, I do not have another powder I can use. Pokemon 1996, hello, welcome in. I hope you're having a fantastic Sunday so far, and looking forward to a lovely rest of your Sunday to come. There are still some people playing it online. Enough that if I'm not putting a password onto the hub, we will have random people joining in. So there are still people playing it all about the world. And we all were a bit starry-eyed after that punch. I'm expecting only a little bit longer on Lagiacros. And indeed, it did not take much longer. Not sure why I need 2 small barrel bombs. I personally am not using bombs. Full stop. I think that is where that sentence needs to end, because anything else is not really, it's either not really true or not really useful. A few too many commendations. G. Those 2 are nice to fill up the melding stock. I hope, Tira, that you recovered the narcotoxin you required. This. Gold Crown, Luggy, and Ludroth. Then I already had those crowns beforehand. Yeah, I had to have had them beforehand. Which is no big issue. But congratulations on those 2 crowns. Where are the... There are the superfluous commendations. G. So that is a total of 126 long swords that I now plan on keeping. I filled up this spot with basically just the level 1 iron katana in case somebody wants me to do a challenge run, a no armor, low level, beginner level weapon challenge run. I'll be keeping that for a while at least. Okay. I was looking and the Iron Banisher did not immediately come to mind as that weapon. Again, I'm not sure if I'm going to be keeping the Wind Horn. Well, partially the issue here is that I have enough room to make a lot more. So 2 more. So I basically still have 2 choices. Well, let's make these 2. I'm not sure if their songs are any good, but that basically now means that I am decided on how the longswords are going to be looking. Although I might have, with the Sophos and the Wind, 2 more. Yeah, 2 more spots. 2 more spots even. And seriously, I am going to be selling them off. Tira, whenever you're ready, you can post the next quest. Although I am guessing that you are currently looking at how far you can get in all of those good things. Let me have a look. On Kiraniko for maybe another nice hunting horn, although I cannot show that to you. Should I even... since I am doing Thunderlords already, am I missing out if I am not... Am I missing out if I'm not using the normal Zinogre's weapon? I don't think so. You are worth a purchase, though, in my opinion. And for the rest, I need to take a look what else I will be using. More Plesioth. So if my guess is that even if Tira has gotten her narcotoxin, it was insufficient. It was of an insufficient amount. So we have some more large fish to sell soon, and the earlier you buy, the fresher the sashimi you can cut from it is going to be. Either way, you need more, and I'll be happy to help you out for it. Yep. Okay. Too far for even your insect to reach, Tira. Okay, I should not have connected with that ball. At least not for all intents and purposes. He did turn, and which allowed me to connect, but had he not, I should not have connected. Okay. Okay, very nice. And of course, my curse re-afflicts me. I cannot fight close to entryways. Okay. I know that they are getting counted, even though I did jump out. And since I am now outside of the area for the third time, I will ensure that we have one crumbled whetstone there. To a degree, I feel like I should have sharpened the first time I got kicked out. Okay. To a degree silly to be tricked into going the wrong way. But that is another Hyperplesioth defeated. So I hope for one more Hyper Narcotoxin for Tira. And the hunting horn request I did fulfill. Hyper Hunter 1, I can use a few more tickets. Congrats on getting the Hyper Narcotoxin. And it's also Ruby. Hello, welcome in. Thank you very much for stopping by. I hope you had a fantastic Sunday so far. I'm guessing it is your morning. And I do hope that you can be looking forward to a lovely rest of your Sunday to come. Welcome in. Um, 10:34, that is Eastern Daylight Time currently. Thank you very much. So, since I was taking a look at the hunting horn collection here, I think I want... No, I do want this one. Teostra and the two Fatalis here and a Cantor. Teostra, that is 4. I am missing 1 more. You need Brach Pounder. Yeah, we can absolutely go for 1. For the Pounders Plus, I am not sure if he needs to be... he doesn't need to be hyper, so, but we do need to focus on breaking them. I'll be adjusting my weapon for water. And Ruby, if I may ask, haven't seen you play Monster Hunter before. I don't think that is a game that you do play much yourself, is it? Much or any of yourself, or maybe more correct. Thunder resistance as an increase in resistance is fine, since my thunder resistance is pretty high from as a base. I think you'd what I have seen you play, you would enjoy Monster Hunter Stories a lot more than the mainline entries. And they are good games, so I do hope that if you try them, you'll be enjoying them. Will you be starting with the first Monster Hunter Story games, or with the latest one that has been released? The first one. Yeah, I hope you enjoy it. It is a ton of fun. At least I do enjoy the mainline entries very much, but if you do want to give them a try, I'd be happy to give you some advice or help out. My suggestion would be, if you do not want to go back to Generations, which I think is out of the classical run of Monster Hunter games, the only one still easily commercially available, I would suggest Rise Sunbreak. For you to try out, if you do want to try out, or when you want to try out a mainline Monster Hunter game. That is true. That is one of the disadvantages, unfortunately, with Rise Sunbreak, then that there is no crossplay, but Tira can help out on Switch and I can help out on PC. It is unfortunate. It is something that I would have enjoyed to see. But it is unfortunately not something that has been included before Wilds. Yes, Wilds is the first one that has crossplay. You own some of the mainline games. Hollow Knight is a very nice Metroidvania. I hope you are enjoying it. Okay, we do need pounders. I was not focusing on them much. If you don't mind me asking, which games have you been gifted? That is fair enough. Hollow Knight is better than many in being able to guide the player more easily. But it can be confusing, and you do need to start exploring every region blind, basically, so if you get lost very easily, I can understand wanting some help with that. World and Rise. That they have been out for longer than Wilds has, so the question that I then have you been, because okay, Monster Hunter games always come, or for most come in two parts, a base version and as they have been called before, an ultimate version or an expansion version. And of course my curiosity is asking the question, if you have been gifted Rise Sunbreak and World Iceborne, which would be base and expansion version. But since you have not tried them, I would be it is understandable if you do not know, but you don't think you need that you've been gifted the DLC. That is fair. And you can always try them out first then and see if you enjoy it. And if you do, you could always purchase the DLC at a sale or so. Elden Ring is also a very good game. And while I have the Elden Ring DLC. I don't have the multiplayer focused game playing in the same universe. I don't have that. Night Rain, if I remember correctly. But Elden Ring is another very nice and good game. Elden Ring is you're much more likely to get lost in. I consider myself to have a decent sense of direction, and I can get lost in Elden Ring. I do hope that with your friends' help, you're not getting lost too terribly, though. I would not be remiss if I can find a moment to sharpen. Probably had been at white sharpness for a while. I'm guessing that when you start Elden Ring, that would be your first Souls-like game. And I do apologize should I be mistaken. Okay. I personally do not count them as a Souls-like. I may be too strict, though. For me to count as a proper Souls-like, it ought to be a 3D game with 3D navigation. I consider Hollow Knight much more to be a Metroidvania game. So I would not count it, but I can see how some people do count it as a Souls-like. He gave you a carapace. Let's hope that in the rewards you're not only gifted carapaces. Okay, my rewards are rather sparse. I hope you have more luck, Kira. But I have 2 more talismans that I can add onto the melding pile. No problem. Tira is a little bit angry that she was given high rank material from a G rank quest. Did you get the pounder plus at least that you were looking for? Ah, that is unfortunate. So he was as stingy for me, for you as he was for me. That is unfortunate. Well, there's nothing about it. We do need to fight him one more time then, if you're up for it. Stamina drain. Is that something I should keep? Let's make it something that I am going to keep for now. I also gave your question a little bit more thought. About if Hollow Knight counts as a Souls-like. And I think, at least for me, one of the important things that Hollow Knight does not have is a parry block system. And that is not something that Hollow Knight really has. Unless my memory does catastrophically fail me. Which, for me, is very much a big part of Souls-like combat. Because on how much damage you can do with a parry or... yeah, especially with a parry, which then really can turn the course of the fight and allow a good player to go ahead and fight bosses and monsters that usually he would not be able to really fight yet. Tira, 1 second. I do have a creeping suspicion that I haven't eaten anything yet. And I was unfortunately right. That would have been a little awkward. Sorry for that delay. But after giving it some more thought, I can also see how other people would want to categorize it as a Souls-like, since another important part of a Souls-like game is that on Hollow Knight bosses, you're not expected to win the first time you fight them. The game supposes that you're coming back several times to the boss and slowly learning its pattern. And if that is the part that for a person is the more important aspects of Souls-like, I can see how they would call it a Souls-like. As so often with genres, it's hard to talk about some specific stuff without defining exactly how one interprets, defines certain terms for oneself. RPG might be the most misused term in the gaming industry, unfortunately. Yes, and that is, in my opinion, just not the case. A story does not necessarily make an RPG. An RPG is not going to be working without a good story, or without a story. Let's put it like that. A bad story can also make for an RPG. But yeah. And then so many companies use progression mechanics that may have been used or introduced in RPGs and call it an RPG through that as well, even if story-wise even if there's not much else. So, yeah, and that is then also for example, FPS. What exactly is that? What do you expect? What does a person expect to see when they think about a first-person shooter? Something in the classical vein of Unreal Tournament or Quake, or something like Portal, or something like Call of Duty or Battlefield. Technically, Portal is a first-person shooter. The shooter part is the only part of the definition that feels stretched. That definitely feels stretched. But on the other hand, it is first-person. You have a gun that shoots portals. So calling it a first-person shooter is definitely not wrong, but it is also not immediately helpful. To help a person to decide whether it is a game that they are interested in or not. On the other hand, I personally have found it difficult to nail down good definitions for a lot of things. Okay. I have mounted it after all. So it is still slightly shorter than mine, or maybe slightly is not a word that works anymore. I got a long one, yes. I'll need to check exactly how long it is, but I think it's 1,000 plus. Part of the reason is that because I do go through the discovery queue on Steam, maybe not daily, but regularly, and any game that looks decently interesting I put onto the wish list, and even if it is one game per time I go through, it adds up. I think it's a lovely feature from Steam. Yeah, you can cycle through it, and it does nicely showcase you things that are similar to what you have played, upcoming things, and some maybe new things. It's a really nice part of Steam, and not only is it nice for the consumer, it is also a nice addition for the companies because it increases the chance of their game being seen quite a lot. And I don't have any hard numbers on it, but I feel like a lot of people are using the discovery queue at least semi-regularly. Sorry for knocking you about there a bit, Tira. It is one of the issues with my favorite weapon, that it has a lot of reach and as such can easily knock people onto their bum or onto their back. So sorry. That was a prime example on how a longsword can be very annoying. You're correct, I have not carved the tail myself. I was planning on ignoring it. If you want to hunt it, I'd be up for it. Absolutely. I hope that shopping is going to be quick and trouble-free. And the pleasure has been all mine. Thank you very much for stopping by. And it is very encouraging to hear that you hope to join maybe in the future. Thank you very much. It is very much appreciated. And I do hope that you're going to have a lovely rest of your Sunday. Okay, Crab has been declawed. And he took that one personally. I had just said that, and he decided to come running towards me to knock me. He's quite small though, or the crab, it is quite small. Or maybe I've just hunted too many rust razors recently. Nice knockout. Brahelios has also decided that it is boring without us, and that punching on the crab may be more fun than being alone. Let me paint both of them. Okay, both are almost dead. Okay, and Brahelios also decides that restraint or discretion, not exactly sure how the idiom went. Okay, that is his back carapace broken. And that is crab defeated. You get the knock on Brahelios. I don't think we're missing any of his pounders, so that should be fine. Yeah, pretty much that is fine. Okay, I hope he stops being stingy. Some earth crystals, very nice. I had forgotten to check between most quests if I can get more, if I can have the monster hunters collect more earth crystals. To a degree, I want to congratulate you on the mantle. On the other hand, it is not what you wanted. I do hope that he is giving you the 2 you need. I do need to take a look at my equipment box quickly, and that was a gold crown small senator, so it was not just my imagination. Okay, so unlike his cousin we fought first, this one was very generous indeed, and the generosity that he displayed gifting you a mantle was not... I already have a stamina drain. This one also has stamina recovery. Let's switch them out. But yeah, he was genuinely generous and not just pretending to be generous to annoy you by not giving you what you wanted. Congratulations! If you want to use it, you can put in a quest to do so. Let's do some sorting through these. You go over there. No, actually, that is not sufficient. Like this should be working out. And this will transform into the Ice Steel Edge. Yeah, I've been sitting about that I need to fight some Kushala Daora for a while. But I have not quite been able to. Still need a few Hyperbrachidios Cortices? Absolutely. Okay, that gives me one at least. You need 3 Kushala shells. That would be very handy. Low rank Kushala, yeah. I am looking for my poison weapons. Although, do I have... Yes. I have really started to enjoy poisoning him. Do I have anything on Dragon? Weakener, not all that useful. Nice. This is, oh, it looks very nice from the red hot explodey top to the very beautiful bottom of the glaive. It's a really beautiful one. Unfortunately, I don't think I have enough room to do that, to add that one to the collection. Yeah, 2,000 spots in the equipment box, and it is very insufficient. That would then be the blade, the glaive that I would be going for. I'll have a look after this quest if I still have room for additional glaives, and if I do, I'm going to be adding it to the glaives that I will be finishing and keeping. Yeah, he's not that bad though. It is okay. Fair enough. That's it is not meant in any condescending way, and I did avoid Raging Brahidios for the longest time, but recently I have fought him quite a few more times, and as with so many aspects, once you are more used to how he moves, he is less of a threat. But as I said, I did keep away from him for quite a while as well, so I can understand why you prefer, or why you haven't fought him much and you find him hard or annoying to deal with. Yeah. If you do want to go for it, we can absolutely fight some raging. Although the success, it's not a guaranteed success. Yesterday with Slamiron, it did not work out, unfortunately. I'm not sure if I hit his head or if I only hit a paw. That crack was the horn. I am sorry, I don't know exactly what happened there. 1 second you had mounted it and then you fell off. Whatever exactly it was, Kushala is no more, or this Kushala is no more. The horn, so the horn break would have had him fallen down, which then cancelled your mount. That is unfortunate. Wasn't quick enough to offer you a hot drink. But poison, Kushala is not happy being, one, being poisoned, and secondly, continually kept poisoned. A rust shard, always worth looking what comes out of it. Although, and while I'm pretty sure, I'm never 100% sure, I don't think it is going to be creating a special hunting horns. Like tarnished hunting horns, I do not remember having seen in GU. And I should, after stream, just go through all of the villages and talk with people. Forge. No, first upgrade, and I need to find out if I still have... Oh. No, actually, I have up to 4. I do think I would have no issue with selling them. So let's do that. So yeah. 1, the Arcane Strike, I'm not sure if that is a good one. And these, I don't mind to sell them. Darkrai, hello, welcome in. Hope you're having a lovely Sunday so far, and that you can be looking forward to a great Sunday, rest of your Sunday to come. And we've been hunting some Brachidios, and in general, it was so far quite successful session. And while I can't be sure, probably a welcome in for you as well. Welcome to the hub. I guessed as much, but of course I could not be certain. Oh, the Mind Stick might also just be something to take. Because it is... This is also nice. Okay, I'm not immediately finding it. Give me a quick second. Probably hidden in a path somewhere. light brake press. Coming out of the demolition press. Not that I have seen the demolition press. So I am looking for the Dios rod. Which I'm also not seeing, so sturdy glaive it is. Sturdy glaive. And I'll see how far I can push it. There is a Dios rod. Demolition press and there is the light brake press. Okay. Sorry for the delay and all. I'll be there momentarily. What are we hunting? That then I don't need to run back and fro if I want to change the equipment. Dora. Okay. I am not sure if I have seen you in that armor before. It does look very nice. Unlucky. Yeah. Oh, I do have a simple lucky cat. Although, isn't that just Nesset? It is just Nesset. So maybe I just can't remember. And I will be taking some hot drinks along for him. I am not sure what hammer-wise or glaive-wise is a good weapon. Is a good poison weapon. But I hope you can find one. You're planning on layering it, you just don't know what and how. I understand the issue. I am not... For most, I do not feel that layering it is a big necessity, but I have been taking a look at all of my low rank and high rank armor, which I want to keep. And it feels like a little bit... If I do want to get... to use them from time to time, I need to layer them. But in this case, I have yet no idea what I should be putting underneath it. So, similar, if opposite, problem in a way. Dread Queen, I think, is not shabby for sword and shield. Sword and Shield, though, has, if I remember correctly, more choices for poison or paralysis weaponry than other weapon types. Okay, something cracked there as well. Okay, that crack probably was the horn. Indeed it was, but we did not make it for the tail, which is fine. Poor Kushala did not really stand a chance here, though. I hope to be able to get a few more good materials in the rewards, and I will have a look if I can't create a few of the weapons that I am that I'm waiting for on upgrading, or waiting for to upgrade. And that is plenty. Some tails. Well, maybe not plenty enough scales. But let's have a look. No, it was not, because I am at this point of some of the weapons where I did require Kushala from. I'm not immediately going into upgrades, or I'll be that goes to tarnished, and I don't have enough here. That is 32 exactly. Let's see, can I fetch a few more? Currently not. But yeah, my ever since starting the well, let's make all of the arms and armor from all of the deviants. And I mean, yeah, all of them. I was like, well, having some not deviant weapons is also would also be maybe nice to see. Yeah, which basically leads to more or less this. Let me... No, actually. That is actually 4 I should be taking away from here and shift everything down. That I can make for... that such that I can make, for example, for the glaives a little bit more room. Okay, poor guy. Yep, that is absolutely fine. Let me do it let's really make this muscle memory, because anything else is going to be... I'm going to be forgetting about. The soft fossil lance is also something I don't feel like I need to keep it. Oh, let's take this one. Well, would not have... I see. Volvodon is going to be cactied. Ice and cactied. I do worry that the storyteller is exaggerating the danger of Volvodon, if but a very little. I'll believe you. I'm not sure how much space I have for hammers, but I have leftover for hammers, maybe I should say. But may have a look. Again, if I had my wish, I would have enough. Okay, that is actually not great. Whee! And I go flying. How long So 45 minutes to get here, 45 minutes to remove him from life. Something like that. Oh, it's a para hammer, and it's strong one, and quite a strong one at that. Possibly. That doesn't mean that it is bad in GU. Let me have a look. I actually do not have any room left for hammers. Did I want to upgrade you, or did I want to keep you as the black one? I have the crater maker. Although I may have some more room for different hammers. I do want to keep the bag of horror. I'm not sure if I should be keeping Gaiark. Some more Cephalos. Yeah. Again, no, absolutely no problem. Do I have a decent Thunderglade? Not yet. That should be sufficient for the level of the quest. Oh, the bug isn't upgraded at all now, is it? Do you move the bugs around Kinsect swap here? I do not have a good... A great cutting insect, but you're fine. You're the best I have. Oh, that glaive also looks very nice. I know, I remember, it's just that I haven't gotten around yet. To do that for for the cutting insect. I will need to put some more effort into that. Looks nice. I'm not sure how I've grown my Kinsect for now. Well, more power, weight, and then pure speed, pure power, pure weight as well. I hope I have enough glaives to get all of the different insects out onto them. And if at least the low-level name is correct, Darkrai, you're going to be spewing sand everywhere. How do you recall your... Okay, there we go. I'm sorry for the wake up. Oops, sorry everybody. I have to say I don't feel useless, but I also do feel like I am quite far away still from mastery. Okay, that has been broken. I got red, white, and orange at some point, never together. I have no idea where you get each from. So one of the important features of the glaive I was not even able to use correctly. And the other thing, that is that. How do you jump? White is leg, head orange. No, orange body and red head. Okay. I'll try to remember that. And then there's some way you can vault with the glaive. And no idea how that works. Green is his wings. Okay. Again, I didn't feel exactly useless, but I did feel quite far from mastery. I hit his wings like 3 times. Plus O plus B is a volt. Okay. I have enough room for hunting horns. That's not going to be an issue. Neither are the lances. Gun lances maybe a little bit, but I'm not going to be playing them so much. I'll be taking... I don't know how many bows I do want still to create. But 3 steps at least from heavy bow guns. Happy to have you. I hope you enjoyed it, and if you also leave stream, I hope you're going to have a fantastic rest of your Sunday. It's an issue. I do feel like I do not have enough space for everything. I have time for one more quest, Tira. We really have one, actually. Yeah, absolutely. Yes, and immediately I do feel like, maybe 3 more? Not enough, not enough. I will be changing weapons, though. Let's go for... Isn't there one more that I need that needs selling? The Viking Horn Sword. Yes, the Viking Horn Sword is going to be exchanged with the Akanto Greatsword. Yeah, and I do not mind to go fetch them. To a degree, it would be nice if you could exchange them, but I just want to quickly check. Nibble, Najarala, Celtas. No, this is too far in the back. Here is Plessy. I have a few, and I'd be happily giving them to you if I could. It is something that I do feel, since at one point I'll just be selling them, why not sell them to another player? But I also absolutely understand that that would break an important part of the game. So it is something that we'll probably never see implemented. dash juices, omega dash juices, is something that it may sound not, well, I hope it doesn't, but it is something that I feel would be a bother to deal with. Ephraim, hello, welcome in. It is unfortunately the last quest of the day. And while the hub information is pinned on top of chat, if that is what you were looking for, it is unfortunately a little late. But welcome in. Nevertheless, I appreciate you being here, and I hope that so far you had a fantastic Sunday and that you can be looking forward to a great rest of your Sunday to come. Sorry. Bloody hell. Come of the Year is not an easy target. That was a little bit quicker than I was actually expecting. How long did we need? 3.5 minutes. It could have probably been much quicker had I not tried to break the trunk and the tusks. Okay, I hit something. Oh, I hit a Blango with the paintball. That is another trunk spine. That is going to be coming in very, very handy. Unfortunately, we're in the middle of some ads, and I do not want to say goodbye in the middle of those. Yeah, but there's also not too much more here. Maybe I could do with 5 steps more, because there are some lances here that I'm definitely not keeping. Okay, let me do a little bit of rearranging. To make a little bit more room for glaives. Which then would basically be as follows, which means I have 5 more spaces. Now, there are also 2 more that I'm going to probably be selling, but that does mean that I have a little bit more for the glaives after all. Okay. And with that, I'll be ending stream. Tira, Darkrai, Thraig, thank you very much for having joined me today at one point or the other. It had been a lot of fun again. I hope you had fun with the hunts as well. And I'd be happily helping out more anybody who needs it next week. But for now, it is unfortunately the end of stream. So, yeah, the end of another stream. Thank you very much, everybody, for having been here, for watching. As always, it is very much appreciated, whether you came early or whether you came in late. If you did come in late, it's always, I feel always unfortunate for you, but my schedule is the schedule, and yeah, I am posting it, so, and it is also scarcely amendable because I do need to plan other things around that schedule. I'm happy to have helped you with some grinding. If ever you need to do some more deviant grinding, I'd be happy to help out too, especially in the higher ranks, or especially in the higher ranks, where I also still need the tickets. But no, happy to help out, and happy you managed to get quite a few things in that you required. So, as always, we'll be raiding out. If you do have a suggestion, please let me know, and I will be taking it under consideration. Although today, if Jal is streaming, we did not raid out to him yesterday. And it's not an interesting thing. Yeah, I may not raid out to your suggestion today, but let me know nevertheless. It may be that Jal is not streaming today, although I just saw him, he is. So we'll be, unless there's a good suggestion coming in, I'll be raiding out to him for today. Quick schedule. Monday, Thursday, Saturday, Sunday for next week. Monday, Saturday, Sunday is going to be from 13 to 18 o'clock Central European Summertime, or 7 to 12 Eastern Daylight Time. Friday is going to be another skip day, unfortunately. Afterwards, that has been the reason for skipping has been dealt with, and I should not need to skip any further. The schedule that I will be posting in a few minutes does reflect the fact that I'm not streaming on Friday. But that also means that on Monday I'll be streaming more Golden Sun: The Lost Age, and next weekend, of course, I'll be reprising Monster Hunter, starting out in Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate. So yeah, and then on Thursday I will be streaming some more StarCraft, continuing the campaign and hopefully getting some more ladder matches in. And that is going to be from 15 to 18 o'clock Central European Summertime, or from 9 to 12 Eastern Daylight Time. Again, all of the information you will find in a written form in the schedule that I will be posting to Discord and to my Twitter account, if you want to check that, if you want to check it up. For now, though, Thank you again very much, everybody, for having been here. It is very, very much appreciated. I hope that all of you are going to have a fantastic rest of your Sunday, no matter how long or short for you it may be. And as I already said, we'll be raiding over to out over to Jal Bagel. He is currently playing Monster Hunter Wilds with in an open lobby, hunting with a morph weapon. Not exactly sure what he means with that. I'm not the expert in Monster Hunter Wilds after all. I hope that you're going to be enjoying his stream as much as you did mine. And as always with raids, please be nice, please be kind. And yeah, coming to the proper end, I want to thank again all of you for having been here. It is, as always, very, very much appreciated. I hope you're going to have a fantastic time until we do see each other again. And until then, yeah, please have a fantastic time and goodbye.